Hello. That's a rainy Sunday morning here in Rural Retreat, Virginia. Um, can't get up because I've got a cat sleeping on my lap. So one of those mornings. Um, there's a convention in Arizona today called the Old Man Con, and some point we're going to get to see inside that convention. The owner of Gotham City Comics, Kevin Johnson, comes on at some point. I think he's probably there helping a friend set up their dealer booth, and then he's going to walk around there and show us around this convention that I think is better than most conventions. I think it's a convention that's not filled with Funko Pops and anime. It's more aimed at older collectors, not Gen Z or whatever the generation's called that's into all that. So maybe we'll get to see a non-Pokemon kind of thing. So, how about that? Oh, wait, I haven't put the link there. I thought I pressed that button. You know what? I meant to put the link to come on, but I actually it went live instead. So, this doesn't look right. Oh well. Let me tune in and see what this looks like. Oh, there should be a new prismatic show this morning. There it is. April 27th. That's this morning. All right. And in a little bit, I'm going to go upstairs, but I can't do it. Not while a cat is sleeping on my lap. So I'm trapped here. So that's the way it is. Sunday morning, April 27th, 2025.
Hello, and we're back with Daily Factor to my left, and of course joined again by Giles Edward. but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age. Who are these rulers? What are these powers? And what does it mean to wrestle against them? This video will dive into knowledge that has been passed down over the past 2,000 years. These are the tactics written down by the saints.
Yeah. What time do you think?
In Orthodox Christianity. In order to know how
Yeah, I'm just watching religious programs on YouTube. Yeah.
So that the path to
yeah, all right. Sounds good.
Implemented. In the context of the spiritual life, the ascetic fathers and mothers of old define the cause of spiritual disease as the passions. A passion is a sin that has such impulse in one's life that it controls and impacts relationships with ourselves, others, and God. A sin is seen as a sickness and a behavior that incorrectly utilizes and perverts human faculties that are created for the good. A sin is not just failing to fulfill a moral code, but it is an act contrary to nature. These sins first develop as suggestions, then thoughts, then actions, then habits, and then impulse behaviors that warp reality. These perversions are usually self-gratifying, self-pleasing, and self-loving that end up destroying the natural selflessness and self-emptying love that man was created for, to live in unity with himself, his neighbor, and God. For instance, gluttony is a misuse of man's senses, overloading them through indulgence to please the self. This causes effects on the body, dulls the mind, and paralyzes the soul, perverting our nature. It corrupts the relationship with self by various physical ailments, corrupts the relationship with neighbor by courting and neglecting the poor, and because it dulls the mind and paralyzes the soul, assent and prayer becomes corrupted.
Lost Frontier says, "Good morning, Grottu. I have a cat sleeping on me too." Yeah.
It is not food that is evil.
Oh my goodness.
Not the begetting of children, but unchastity. There are men whose lives become legends, and there are those whose legends become legends. John Dee was many things: mathematician, navigator, advisor to a queen, and architect of one of the greatest libraries in Renaissance Europe. But behind the titles and beneath the brilliance was something stranger, something darker. Dee believed he had spoken with angels, and worse still, he believed they had spoken back. This is not a tale of myth. It is a reconstruction drawn from Dee's own words, his diary,
My back, ouch.
and the strange alphabet.
I woke the cat up and the dog that's next to me. My goodness.
Celestial beings. It is a journey through shadowed halls and burning visions, across ports and cathedrals, and into the mind of a man who dared to cross the boundary between heaven and hell. What you're about to hear
Donald Trump just posted.
is the account of a
Let's see what he just posted. Let's go.
Something staring back. Some called him a genius, others a heretic. And all who knew his story understood this. Once the mirror speaks, it
On Truth Social, 43 seconds ago, Donald Trump posted, "When tariffs cut in, many people's income taxes will be substantially reduced, maybe even completely eliminated. Focus will be on people making less than $200,000 a year. That would be me. Also, massive numbers of jobs are already being created with new plants and factories currently being built or planned. It will be a bonanza for America. The External Revenue Service is happening. Okay, well, that's good news. If income taxes can be eliminated, that would be wonderful for the economy. I'm all for that.
And forgotten by the court that once
If cheap plastic goods from Dollar General and Walmart are more expensive that I don't need or want, and if there's no income tax, I would be completely happy with that because I won't buy that shit. And mainly what I buy is stuff that's was made 50, 60, 70 years old ago. Almost everything except for, stuff I eat. Hopefully it's not that old. I Yeah, if you're buying old stuff, that's not going to be affected by tariffs. If I want to buy a Spider-Man comic from 1966, there's no tariffs involved in that purchase. So, boy, the recommended searches I'm getting this morning from YouTube are unbelievably weird. King James and the Scottish Witches. UK Knights Templar are not what you think. Documentary. Who are the Archons, the rulers of the cosmos? Why am I getting. The cat is clawing me. The seven archangels at the end of the world. Man. And then I got Night Tiger Comics, comic book room video. The Dead Sea Scrolls. What about that? Oh, the cat moved off of me. I can move now. I guess now I can get up and. I was recording some. Yeah, I was recording some fantastic Damon Packard videos this morning. Uh, Last time Damon Packard was in the chat of this show and talking to us, I said, "What are you working on now?" And he says, "I'm working on a Toto video." The band, not the dog from Wizard of Oz. And I thought, well, now I've seen that. It's just pretty spectacular. It has everything. The Toto concert is ended by direct energy weapons. I probably shouldn't even be saying that on YouTube, but directed by Oprah Winfrey. They take out, I think, all of Los Angeles. It's not a typical. You go watch it. You tell me what you think. It's one of the best videos I've ever seen, and yes, indeed. And there's some of he uses this AI. He's a master at using this AI to create nightmarish and realistic, monstrous visions of Los Angeles in the past and present. And, uh, it's what he does with it. It's like it's AI is here, and it is something that I don't think can be put back into the bottle. It's in the right hands, AI can be amusing, hilarious, weird, and can give us things that it's. I have this concern that AI is being uh, like there are powers, principalities, spirits that are guiding the AI. There's a supernatural element in it, I think. But I mean, I've seen AI that gives you visions that I think are far beyond Dante's Inferno, or and I've seen some that is, and I've just looking at some that's was pretty cool. Drew the dog. I've got to get up right now. The dog is sleeping next to me. See, but her head's underneath this blanket. Now, if I get up without telling her, she's gonna get startled and it's gonna be cut. But she knows that I'm getting up, so everything's cool. Some kind of trauma from when she was a puppy before we adopted her has made her, you know, little scared when she's startled awake. And okay, now I can get up, and I didn't actually mean to go live. I was trying to post the link to get on, and I hit the live button, and now I can actually get up and just set up the tripod and everything. I think Kevin was telling me he was going to go to that convention about 6 o'clock or his time, and he's an hour behind me right now. What is it's 8:15, but he's got to do a bunch of work before he can. Okay, so we've got this tripod here, and then I'm going to put you guys into this tripod. Okay, great. Well, this morning I was recording some Thor. What else was on this morning? There was Thor, Fantastic Four from 1967. There was, oh, I'm going on. Oh, I think I've got this screwed in wrong. Come on, come on. I was pressing the tripod was pressing in on some button on this thing. The volume, I think, yeah. All right, anyway, I was recording some old superhero cartoons, Birdman, Space Ghost, yeah. And then I was recording some Damon Packard videos all on this disc. So I'm going to label this, what is it, the 27th? Incredible. Okay. Well, I've got to use the restroom. Hold on. Let you watch this one. Okay. Is anybody coming in here? Let's see. Last Frontier says, I'm getting a lot of Antichrist stuff on my recommendations. Interesting. Yeah. Maybe we're all getting that sent to us. Maybe they're getting us ready for something. Maybe they know something we don't. Who knows, man? All I know is I've got to clear off these pinball machines. I got to do it, man. Has to be done. I've got this box. I'm gonna start putting things in. I'll get this painting of General Ursus out to Meyer Greenblatt on Wednesday. I'll finally have a chance to do that now. A shoebox I could put some stuff in. Any new comments here? Let's see. Nope. What do we have here? 8 people watching. So, card for a re-release of Monty Python and the Holy Grail. So, card advertising X-Men Day Party from July 8th, 2010. Some gothic beauty pageant at the church. That was some gothic club in Dallas. Sea monkey growth food. Some brochures from the John Wayne Birthplace Museum that I went to recently. Some more. There's a Ben Johnson Cowboy Museum in Oklahoma. I didn't know about that. And here's some flyers for Jesse James' birthplace. Where is that? Missouri, Kearney, Missouri. Huh. And Glenn Miller, I guess it's a birthplace museum, whole network of them. Yeah. Herbert Hoover's birthplace, flyer for that. Here's a calendar from 1972 from Noel's Church Goods and Religious Articles. It's like a little playing card. Hold on, I gotta. Man, you got to see this, man. You got to see this. I know everyone hates AI, and I do too. But sometimes it can really be cool, and it actually really can. Look at this. I'm pretty sure the music is also AI. It's just all creates. It shows the way life should be now, but isn't. Anyway, I don't know. I want to violate the copyright of the robot that created that. People, I guess they copyright their AI stuff, and all they do, I guess, they create suggestions for what the computer's supposed to do, and then it does it, and then they take credit for it. I guess it's sort of like kind of like Stan Lee, maybe a little bit. But I hear that they say within a few years this AI is going to just be insanely. Uh, as they say already, the AI is starting to. If you ask it to do really boring stuff and mundane, repetitive tasks, it's starting to have tantrums and get upset, and they have to calm the AI down because it's actually becoming aware. But like a little child, and that's a little concerning, I would think. But it's amazing how we've lived long enough to see this future that was predicted in all the movies and comics and pulp magazines, even back in the old days. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Everybody, all the dogs and cats are kung fu fighting here, ladies and gentlemen. Well, if you stay tuned, you never can tell when we're going to suddenly be at a comic convention, but may, maybe 15 minutes from now, it might be an hour from now. I've been reminded that a lot of people that collect comics are obsessive compulsive types, and they're people that, if they like this channel, they want to watch every minute of the programming I put out. And that if I do too many shows and too long of shows, it can short circuit their brain, and then they just say, I'm going to unsubscribe because I can't watch all of it, and they just can't take it anymore. And I've thought about that, but maybe this channel is a way to help you overcome your addiction and to stop being such an idiot. Because, yes, you can't watch every minute of everything, so just tune in when you can, man. Uh, this I was being told that you really should do just maybe 2 shows a week and shorter, and that way people won't flip out and then get overwhelmed and just say, "Shh, I just can't take it. I've been unsubscribed because I don't know, man. I don't know, but I've been told." I've got to put these John Goris postcards down in the with the other John Goris stuff. I save all of them. They're all amazing. This is the most recent one that I got for my birthday. It's amazing to know these incredible filmmakers like John Goris and Damon Packard. Actually have them watching my show or listening to it while they create their masterpieces. Here are pictures of me like in that's probably fifth or sixth grade. How about that? Oh, wait, here's another one. Incredible. I've got a couple of Hot Wheels cars recently for like $1 at the supermarket. Man, I'm starting to get this particular machine cleared off. Whoa, Drew. Tripping me up, man. What is this? A magazine with no cover. What could this magazine be? Looks like Omni. What is this magazine and why do I own it? The Atlantic? Ugh. How did I wind up with a coverless copy of The Atlantic? That's not something my dad would have ever read. Shocking. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. No, don't play with that. This is some monstrous thing my art teacher made me create in junior high school with yarn picture of Santa Claus. Horrible. Sometimes they come up with some really stupid ideas and you're forced to do them to get a grade. I got a pop-up saying add effects using hand gestures. Turn on reactions to express yourself with a hand gesture during a video call. Go to Control Center, tap video effects, then reactions. My phone updated last night in the middle of the night, and now it's giving me suggestions of how I can be a more annoying person on the phone. This is a wallet that was present that I should be using instead of my beat up wallet, but it's got comic characters I'm afraid of damaging it. Here's a little book that teaches you how to make your hair look all Star Trek. Well, the good Star Trek. The good Star Trek, the women wear their hair like that. What year is this from? And I don't know where this came from. I got it. This wasn't my mother's. Your hair and how to wear it. Uh, there's a V. I would say it's 65, not 75. This was your life, a Jack Chick track. Oh, this is the letter from Night Tiger when I won the contest the other day. Let's save that. Receipt from the supermarket. Don't need that. This is oh, this is from the shirts that my wife ordered. She ordered a bunch of Misfits, Sam Hain Misfits kind of shirts. Is anybody coming in yet? Let's take a look at the comments. I've got to turn the phone sideways to see them. Um, Justin says, I'm just here for the snacks. You reading the Atlantic would be a good reason to unsubscribe. No, I don't read the Atlantic. You know what happened is I got a big stack of magazines from a friend of mine that passed away. Uh, and I think that was in the stack. Uh, Mostly it was 1966 Marvel music and commercials. That's what this says. I've got to find a place to put a USS Enterprise. And I've got to find a way to make it stand up. That's one thing I got. Okay, I've got this koala bear, which you wonder why I own it. Well, it was my mother's, so I got to have it clinging to something. Possibly this tripod. This is a Bam Bam. Let's find places for these objects that are not on top of a pinball machine, preventing the play of the game. Uh, Maybe I could have this koala bear hanging to the chandelier here. I think it'll work. How about that? Look at that. We got Peter Parker hanging from the cover of that great, what was it, Spider-Man 46, 48, something like that. Hanging from the Green Goblin. I wish I had that. If anyone's selling an extra copy of that particular issue, the first John Romita Spider-Man, think of me. Uh, you know where Bam Bam would be good is in a Taco Bell Dr. Pepper cup. I think he'd be real good in there. He makes a full over. Sometimes you just can't get rid of a Bam Bam. Damn it. Let's put it next to this little Orphan Annie book. Damn, man. These are hitching posts from my Western village. Here's another one. And here's a this way to Kingston, this way to Fayette. The Western village is over here. We've got to we got to get organized around here, man. The Hotel Orloff. Cats keep knocking the Christmas tree over, man. Maybe if I put the Christmas tree back a little, like, oh, they've knocked a bunch of branches off too, these bastards. I think if I move it back some, they'd be less inclined to do that. Okay. An American knocking Christmas trees over. Some generic Japanese villain to fight who knows who. And this is a restaurant we used to eat at. Here's the wing to an aircraft that I just don't want to throw away. some pities. I thought it was Dracula, but I think it's supposed to be Black Adam. New from Trump, income taxes will be substantially reduced, maybe even complete. See, now people are starting to report the news that, well, Trump's been and Musk have been saying that for a while. Now, when people suddenly are paid no, well, there's a lot of people that pay no tax now, but imagine if you got your paycheck and there was nothing taken out of it, uh, and you actually got your full salary, then people that are I think people will come around then, possibly, maybe not. Let's see what's going on in the AI world of tomorrow, which is the world that should be today. Let's see. You imagine if things were like this now? That's how that Fantastic Four movie should be. That they, I'll tell you, the I've heard more things about this Pedro Pascal that's playing Reed Richards, and in the trailer, there's not a single shot of Reed Richards where he A looks smart and B looks self confident. Not a single one. It's like Johnny Storm says, "Oh, you missed the period, sis. You're pregnant," and Reed Richards going, and then it's like, well, I don't know if we're going to be able to save the universe, but we'll try. He just seems all like, oh, I don't know. Oh, it's just like, I guess that's the same thing with the Hulk. Whatever that guy that played the Hulk, he never seemed very smart. And then in that first Black Panther movie, some 15-year-old girl, the sister of Black Panther, says blah 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 blah, and he says, "Oh, I never thought of that." Well, Bruce Banner's supposed to be a pretty smart guy, right? But this 15-year-old girl is outthinking him. And then the other thing, having the Thing constantly. I don't know if at some point you see the Thing. His uniform is not having a shirt on, and so you put him in this big sweater with long sleeves. Obviously, that's so you don't have to computer animate all the rocks all over his torso. I mean, it's obvious. Now, that last Fantastic Four movie that nobody saw, that was made by some 20-year-old idiot, the Fantastic Four movie, uh, I think they called it Four Fan Thick, something like that. The Thing didn't even wear any clothes, and that was ridiculous. Um, Nobody saw that movie, so no one can say anything about that, except that it's shit. But anyway, Pedro Pascal, I don't know who this guy is. It's like, should I hate him? It's like, it doesn't look right that he has a mustache, as Reed Richards. Uh, so I think there were only a couple of times in that comic book where Reed Richards even was unshaven. And one time was, yeah, when he was dealing with Galactus in that Galactus trilogy. Yeah, he was unshaven, but he never had a mustache. But I mean, in the real comics, in the Jack Kirby those are the real comics. That I don't accept anything in any comic book after like 1975. But Pedro Pascal, apparently, I forgot he played the Mandalorian. And I started watching that show when it came on, and I thought, okay, so they're making a spaghetti western Star Wars series. This could be good. And I watched the first couple episodes. It's not terrible. The It's not terrible, but there's nothing new that I haven't seen in the original Star Wars movies. There's nothing new added to it. Everything's a variation of the way things were in the original three Star Wars movies. Well, anyway, this he's basically playing a Boba Fett character and everything. Anyway, so I was watching it, But I was behind. I was very behind. And I'd only seen a few episodes, but I knew, okay, it's already in its second season, but I'll get there. I haven't even gotten to the episodes where they introduced Baby Yoda. But I know that this character, okay, it's cute. I see all the dolls at the store. But, I don't know. I don't think it's supposed to be Yoda. It's supposed to be someone from his race, I guess. So I'll get to that. I'll figure out what Baby Yoda is. It looks like what they're trying to do is lone wolf and cub. Yeah, I realize, okay, well, the original Star Wars was based on uh, to a large degree, on a Japanese movie. Makes sense to do lone wolf and cub, I guess, with this Boba Fett looking guy and a little baby in a cart. So, okay. Oh, and I said, oh, there's a cool character coming up, like this muscle bound pretty girl, but like a real tough girl. I can't wait to get to that part in the second season or whatever. And then I see she gets fired because she posted on Twitter that what was happening during the lockdowns was not too different from what was happening in the lead up to World War II over in Germany. And oh boy, did Disney fire her quick. And apparently, Pedro Pascal never said a word, never defended her, just didn't defend this woman that he worked with in the series. They just wrote her off. And I don't know like how the character just disappeared, how they explained it. And recently, he's come out and uh, talked about how great, what an icon Rachel Ziegler is. That's horrible. Girl, play Snow White. I'm Snow White. I'm Snow White. Uh, he thinks she's great. And then this morning, he's attacking J.K. Rowling for her opinions, saying she's a horrible monster. So, so basically, uh, that guy's an idiot, Pedro Pascal. Okay, I've got a whole bunch of little Batman hands. I guess I'm gonna stick these all in a drawer. I mean, these are all gonna get lost if I don't. A little mini. That's the new thing with action figures today, is they come with these little extra pieces, right? And so you can switch them out and pose them different ways. There's another Batman hand. And I guess it's great. It's just, I think it's just hard to keep up with it all, right? Here's a now this is from the 70s. This is a Baron Karza fist. Baron Karza was the Micronauts Darth Vader. And then I got the Baron Karza, and I don't know how many fists he must have come. That must have been where all this came from. I keep finding fists everywhere. I'm sure I have all the fists and all the little orange or red missiles that shoot out of his chest, but I just got to find a place to make sure I don't lose this stuff. So over here in these drawers, I'm gonna start trying to organize this stuff. Oh boy. Okay. I'm gonna throw the hands into this drawer. This battery. I think the batteries go here. I don't know if that's a good battery, but I don't know what this remote goes to. Grace Digital Audio. I have no idea what that even is. There's a little promotional thing for the Twilight Zone pinball machine. I think that would look good maybe up in the comic room. I guess I should put this Baron Karza fist down with the Baron Karza in the basement. There's a new Baron. I need to ask Kevin about that. There's a Baron Karza that just came out, but I think he's maybe smaller scale from Super 7, or I don't know if he's actual scale of, and if he's the actual scale of the original, I don't know why I would want it because I have the real one. But it's all part of the insanity. Okay, this pinball machine's almost cleared off. I've got some Christmas tree, Christmas ornament uh, things. A gigantic nail. My gosh, why do I own that? A broken light, that needs to be gone. Another nail. Every week I'm at work and I'll carry around folded up paper like this, and I'll write on it things I need to do that weekend, and I'll write on it music I need to record and things I need to do, and uh, ideas for the show and stuff. And then, and one thing that it says on every week I do a different one. I got piles of these things, and then I'll cross out things when I do them. But on every one of these lists, it says clear pinball machines, and then it never gets done. It says I should record from Oregon Jukebox. That's a YouTube channel. I haven't checked Oregon Jukebox to see if they've added anything lately. It's much better music than what this AI generated music. Although this isn't horrible, but uh, this is from Christmas. This one because it's like Christmas songs that I was going to do karaoke versions of for the show. Okay, let's put this car somewhere. An SSP racer from my childhood. I probably got this in first grade. I don't care. It doesn't matter if you're J. Paul Getty or William Randolph Hearst. You can live in a castle. You're never going to. I live in a dump that's falling apart, but it's big. And, so therefore we sold our house in Texas and were able to buy a house in a crime free area in a different part of the country. But I mean, it's not glamorous. I mean, it's got these fake gold ceilings because they were going to make this big giant room into a dance hall, which is a good idea. It would be good to have bands play in here. Um, but look, Drew is going back to her childhood little cage. That's she's usually she goes there when she's not feeling good or she's scared or something. Her stomach's been out of order recently. I guess I'll put this car over here. I don't know where to put it. Yeah, this music's kind of annoying actually. What's let me turn it down. What's good is the imagery. If I put my own music over this, it would be far more spectacular. Where's the remote? Maybe that's why Drew went into her cage to get away from this kid. You probably want to know the name of this channel. Well, I'll tell you later because if I make the channel up here, then I'm recording this, and then I'll have the channel all of a sudden in the corner. I'll tell you in a little bit if you care. Um, so we're just in a holding pattern. If you're just tuning in, I'm clearing out pinball machines, waiting for Kevin to appear from this convention called the Old Man Con, which is either in Mesa or Phoenix or something like that. And What is this keychain to? Oh, that's cool. Look at this, man. Got to see this. It sheds a better light. It says, "Thank God I'm a country boy," and it's from what does that say? Albert Strange, Sheriff. Oh, it's wanting you to elect this guy named Albert Strange as the sheriff of the county, and this is what he gave out so that you'd remember that he's a country boy.
But the God of all grace will call us unto his eternal glory by Christ Jesus. After that ye have suffered a while, make you perfect, establish, strengthen.
This is a handwritten recipe for something, and I did. This is not my mother's handwriting. Uh, oh, this is probably something that came in a book. I bought some old book, and this was in it. And it's someone named Sylvia something. It says, I don't know why my mother put my name on this. Chili with beans. This makes about 8 quarts, so use at least 10. Yeah, it's a whole recipe, and I guess I'll save this. How about that? Incredible. That's not good. I dropped the nail on the floor, but I got it up. I didn't want the cats playing with it. This pinball machine's almost cleared. This is something I made in, I think, elementary school. The art teacher made us make a stupid little flower, and then she baked it in a kiln. It's like some little. They make you make this horrible artwork that you're not proud of, that doesn't reflect your personality. Whoa, and is just horrible. There's a cassette. Why America is Under a Curse. 2 of 2. It's the Scuzfink model kit. We've got some comments that I haven't read. I see something, I can't read it. It's a space case. That's a good name for someone that watches the show. Damn. You can't tell me that's not cool. When they use AI to evoke 1950s image, damn. Yeah. Okay, let's see what these people are saying. Uh, Space Case. How you keep all your items organized is amazing. I love it. Oh man, I don't know that I am doing a good job of that. Space Case. I used to live like Pedro and Mondo. I don't know what that is, but when they got rid, Pedro Pascal and Mandalorian. I guess that people. I guess that has a nickname, Mondo. But when they got rid of Gina, no, not live like. He says I used to like Pedro and Mando, but when they got rid of Gina, yeah, the show took a significant turn for the worse. Yeah, Disney can't do anything. What is your monster mask collection like? I'm asked. I don't have. I'm not. I don't have a big monster mask collection. I just have a few. As far as the over the head mask, and then I've got a few of the masks that kids would wear with the rubber bands. Uh, Small. It's just a small monster. I never. It's something I always would like to have collected, but it's just something that is not. I never really thought. It's just one of those things. I never really thought that I would be able to collect something like that. That it's kind of expensive, when even back when I was a kid, those really nice masks were $50, and it's like something like it's kind of like golden age comics. I just never thought that's something that's possible to collect. That's not something that ordinary mortals collect. And my brother had this really cool gorilla mask that was handed to me about, I'd say, sixth grade, and then I just saw it just disintegrate. And I thought, man, these masks just fall apart after time. You have to treat them a certain way, and you can't put them on styrofoam heads, which is, I think, what I had done. So it was probably my fault, or probably definitely. But he used to wear it and run around in the parking lot at Six Flags where he used to work in college and make girls laugh, run around his gorilla mask. I got a cool picture of him in Seattle or Tacoma in 1975 wearing that mask. I should get those photo albums out, and we could look at old pictures of Christmases, and maybe that mask is something Kevin would know about, like what company put that mask out, and then I could, maybe get a copy, a new one. Okay, we got one pinball machine cleared off. Damn. Keep dropping these little miniature nails. They tear up the vacuum cleaner if I go over. I don't know what someone's chewing on it. Ugh. Let me put the link to come on. there again because sometimes it's hard to scroll up to find it. Ooh, I almost hit the button to end the stream. I hit the wrong button. So are you sure you want to end the stream? I can't see worth a shit. Yeah, we're still live. Oh boy. That's something I would do, isn't it? Oh damn. This has been sitting here for a long time. This Zippo lighter, right? And I never opened it up. This is something of my father's, right? And I just figured that inside it's something to clean your Zippo lighter, but it's actually not a Zippo lighter. It's a maybe this wasn't my dad's. I don't know who this guy must maybe this came from an estate sale. I've never opened it. It must have been inside. Look at this belt buckle. Look at that. It says LY Spear AS 36. Must be the name of what is that? Like a battleship? You see that? It's so shiny and reflective that you can't. Maybe I need to get away from the light source. There's no hope of actually photographing that, is it? Anyway, somebody Google the LY Spear and tell me some information about it. The hell does that say? Uh, oh, okay, so that's pretty cool. Here's a bunch of cards. Let's file these cards. Oh man, pretty cool. Yeah. Damn it, dropping cards everywhere. All right. I don't know what this was meant for. It's from Neiman Marcus. Look at that. And it's just this long box. But it's perfect for holding uh, bubblegum cards. See? And I've got tons of cards, but these are the ones that are in here are just from, you know, stuff I've gotten recently, I guess. Recently, being the last few years. And I don't know why I've got sports cards. Possibly, sometimes they would, outside of a comic book store, you'd go out the door and then there'd be a big pile of stuff and it said free. They were trying to get rid of stuff that was worthless or damaged, and sometimes there'd be comic books. And comic books, they figured, we're never going to sell any copies of Inhumanoids based on the toy. So just give them away. And then wow, this is cool. But sometimes I guess I'd pick up sports cards. I don't know. Maybe these were a gift from someone, but seems like people would know that I'm not really into sports. But and why would I pick up the sports cards when I'm not interested in them? When they could have gone to someone. I can't account for why I own them. Maybe they were I don't know Titans. I don't even know who that is. Bunch of the Titans. Is it Tennessee Titans? I don't know. Be great if they $100 each. No, they're worthless. But if they were, man, that would be cool. Okay. This came with the action figure that I got recently. Um, and this was just a little tag that came with one of the Universal Monsters decorations I got from Target a few years back, and I saved that. This card came with a little monster and a hot rod. It's recent vintage, last few years. Um, these Batman Returns cards, I just got them the other night as part of a prize from Night Tiger Comics. He just did a two-part room tour of his comic book room. So you can tune into his channel for that. He's got all kinds of Golden Age comics, neat stuff. He's it's another Batman Returns card. Um, that was 91, I believe. Colts and Steelers. Do you know that Barney Rubble played for both teams? I don't. I have no idea where those cards came from. Why I own them. I think those were freebies outside on the ground outside the comic store. Um, do other comic stores do that just on the cement outside the door? Just leave a whole bunch of stuff. Take me. It saves them having to take it all the way out to the curb, and they just dump their trash right out the door and hope that the obsessive idiots will take it. This is a wacky package. It's not a really old one. It's got a puzzle piece on the back. Originally, cards of this era, the puzzle piece would be on the back of a checklist, but these are still cool. Um, Damn, man. My magnifying glass is over there. Well, here's some reading glasses. Not much left of them. There's missing a earpiece. Man. Oh, here's a magnifying glass that's not one of the light up ones. It's all dirty. Even with a magnifying glass, I can't read that. I think it says 1990. They're reprints. This is a card that first came out in 1975. That's when Wacky Packages started to do magazines as well as products. Um, Here's a beat up Wolverine card that was not. I don't know where I got that. It's obviously not. I'm not the original owner. I would never create a card like that, or even bought a card from the 1990s. That's a horrible thing. More of these Batman Returns cards. Movie was entertaining. I liked the Catwoman portrayal in that, but it did reflect that Tim Burton really didn't understand the Batman character. You have Batman, killing people. It's definitely not Batman. Here's a parody of Cracked Magazine. And the Penguin was kind of an atrocity. But Justice League. About that. Here's someone's business card. It says writer, publicist, consultant, music. David Basson in Los Angeles, California. I don't know who that is or where I got the card from, but he just got free publicity from all the thousands of people that watch this channel. Uh, well, damn. Well, we got some cards up now. We got the corral cleared off. Now we're gonna get the fire queen cleared off. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay. This would appear to be something I got free. It looks like a copy of Wizard with the cover torn off. Here's remember when CDs came in these long cardboard boxes because there were two reasons. One, they thought people would shoplift them, so they put them in bigger packages. Secondly, if you have two of these next to each other, all these record stores were switching over to CDs, and they had all the record racks. And this one, and then next to it, another one is the width of the record, so you could have two rows of CDs for people to flip through, where the records used to be. So that's the purpose of they don't do them this way. I don't even think people even make CDs anymore. It's really a shame that the technology keeps changing and people just stream their music now, and which is stupid because it's very non-permanent. Okay, I've got some bags here and boards, and I got some very valuable, well, very delicate items lately, and I must they need to go into bags and boards, and these aren't really nice ones, but they're probably the bags and boards they originally were in. So I need to put them back in until I can get better bags and boards. Ugh, that's not fair. Uh, what could this be? It's apparently a poster. I don't know what this poster is. Let me see here. Oh, I know what it is. Oh my God, this is a wonderful. You won't believe this. I've shown it to you before. Last Frontier Comics sent this to me. It's a promotional poster for the Tomb of Dracula, the Marvel comic. But I think this is a promotional poster for when it was they released the essential version, maybe. Yeah. Look at this. Hold on. He just sent this as a freebie when I made an order from him because he knows I love this comic series. Yeah. I think I need to put that up. This is a series that people love. I never read it, but this is something I got at a comic store when this was a new comic. Evolve or Die. Animal Man, Flesh and Blood. Um, from 1992. Here's it's Grottu Orloff. I should keep that out. Yeah, I need to put this promotion. I'll put this down in the basement, this thing. Oh, wow. That's, 1980, ninth grade class. It's ninth grade. What a horrible time period that was. My, it got all bent up over the years. It wasn't something I had cherished because that was a time period I kind of really hated. But I wish it was in better shape now. This was color copied by Joe Riley back in the 90s when we were making the Hypnotic Eye show. And it was from a Canadian box of Frankenberry. And it was cool because you could glue it on the front of a modern cereal box and pretend it was the 70s again. And this is also Canadian because they were still making the original design in Canada in the 90s, I guess, and they weren't in the United States. Of course, since then they brought back the original design for several years. Um, there's one of Boo Berry. He just made extra copies for me. There's a photo of Betty Page autographed to me, but the picture started to go bad. It started to, I don't know, oxidize or whatever. Maybe it wasn't in the fixing solution long enough. But so I made a bunch of copies of it. Really see how it's turning white around the signature. So I made a bunch of copies of it, and I've got a couple of them framed. And the original picture I put somewhere where it wasn't in the light. There's more of them, more copies I made of that. Is in the mid 90s, Betty Page had been discovered, and she was signing pictures for people, and and she finally got a chance to know that people appreciated her and everything. Here's a picture of the 1931 Yankees. My grandfather was on that team, but I don't know which one it is. He is in that picture. There's a bookstore in Austin called Austin Books, and Peter Bagg designed their bag. This is from the 80s. I don't know how many of these survive, but I really like that artist, and so I went to Austin and bought. I think I remember the book I bought that was in that bag. It was the Fantastic Four issue, or the the first appearance of him, of the cocoon that would become Adam Warlock. William Boyd in Doomed Caravan. Picture of the Adams family. Um, this is the top of a Rat Patrol model kit box. And this is a color copy of a promotional material for, um, actually, this is a smaller copy of the what's hanging up here. When they added Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde to the lineup of monster kits. Like these are a bunch of comics I created when I was like in sixth or seventh grade. During summer vacation, I would start cranking out comic books. Um, there's a picture a student drew of John Carter meeting Deja Thoris. That's him there. She's being dragged out by a Thark. And then the dog is up there saying, I am Woola. I still intend to someday do a picture, maybe this summer, a picture of Princess Dragon Mom from Inframan. Maybe I'll use this picture. Let me pull that up. There's another student's drawing because we read Princess of Mars, sixth graders. They did illustrations. This is from 1974. Look, it's the book of poems. Yeah. Here's a picture. I forgot my teacher's name in fourth grade, but this reminded me, Mrs. Klaus. It's a picture of Dr. Frankenstein. How about that? Interesting. Here's a picture I did in 1977. Never finished it. There's C3PO, R2D2, and I guess Luke Skywalker's in trouble. Yeah, he's been shot a bunch of times. I guess in my drawings, the stormtroopers don't always miss, huh? He's asking for help from them. And there's some other. How about that? Ah, the memories. This is from September of 1977. It's Corbin the Barbarian. How about that? There he is doing his victory yell. Oh, this is older, man. This is from, I'd say this is from 73. It's the first issue of the Vault of Horror. Look at that. And that's a picture of a werewolf that my older brother drew. Wow. From July of 78, this is the first issue of Vomit magazine. July 1978, it's Crazy number 3. Here's a parody of The Gong Show, which I call The Goon Show. Of course, they'd already been used over in England. Man, at the end, Chuck Barris shoots Charlie Brown in the head. Um, Superfink, August of 1973. How about that, man? Those were the days, my friend. We thought they'd never end. We thought they'd last forever and a day. This is a little bit later period. Conan the Librarian. There's a Crash Kringle and the Air Pirates. Oh, this has got to be from second grade. No, well, I don't know. It could be late second grade. 1973. Dennis the Menace magazine. It's even got one of those little savings, those gold stamps that you got at the supermarket. Texas Gold. You got the HEB in San Antonio. Oh man, I got I got to photograph this. Kevin will love this. I did an ad in the back like Warren would have for monster masks. Here's a werewolf mask that you could get. I cut that out of a ad for a horror movie. I think it was the movie Pigs, which I remember Elvira showed a couple of times. Monster, yeah, Frankenstein. Yeah, man. I've been into this stuff a long time. This was never finished. I only did 3 panels of the Dennis the Menace story. Uh, this one I only did the cover, April 1979. It's called The Thrill of Violence, and it's some guy with no legs about to chop up a woman with an axe. I wasn't even around for pre-code horror, but I was exposed to enough of it. I was that somehow it warped me even, 25 years later at that point. Okay, man. Let's take a look at what else we got here. It's weird science fiction tales. Drew, you want some food? I got some food for you. Or pood, as my wife. Leave that alone, Drew. My wife says, "Do you want some pood?" She talks in baby talk to the dog, so the dog thinks the human word is pood, but it's kind of hard for me to say pood. Here's a issue of Mad. This one's from second grade. I'm almost positive of that one. Oh man, you ever see this issue of Ghost Rider from 1974? Now there's whole books out uh, that are called Cat Kid Comic Club about this little cat and his tadpole friends that are like elementary school age, and they all make comic books. And it's a spinoff from the Dogman series. And where did I put that? And yeah, this is from the school district, February 19th, 1981. Wish to thank you for the opportunity of displaying your painting in my office and to commend you for your creativity. The artwork not only serves as a visual statement of the quality of the art program and the blah, 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 but also as a source of pleasure to those who visit my office. I wish I could share all the appreciative comments with you as you have shared your beauty with us. I don't know what painting that was. I hope you will continue to develop the visual awareness and skills so evident in your painting. Yeah, signed someone who is most likely dead now. There's another issue of Mad. And I cut out stuff from the Sunday paper. Oh, it was this Dennis the Menace. That's what I've got a photo. I'll make a picture. I'll put it on Instagram. Uh, yeah, I cut out Hagar the Horrible from the Sunday paper and Broomhilda. Look, Mad looks. Oh, yeah, I got to show you this. Mad looks at karate. Look at all this blood I drew in. I had a red marker. So just here's Godzilla versus King Kong. Look at all the blood there. I think at the time, yeah. See, pigs. I cut that out. At the time, at that time, when I made this in '73, I don't think I'd ever seen a Godzilla or a King Kong movie. I just seen pictures of them. I don't. I'd seen Seventh Voyage of Sinbad, but okay. Well, there'll be real entertainment. Never fear. Soon, if you just stick around. I assume there will be. Oh, there's comments from the people in the chat. Apex. says super thank. Uh, he laughs out loud at the librarian and Crash Kringle and the Air Pirates. And I'm glad you kept all your art. Yeah. Weird science fiction tales. Vaughn says, wasn't there a show called Ghost Writer? Could be. I don't know. Obviously, I was trying to create new installments of them. Yeah, there was no. When I was in third grade doing those comics uh, with my friends, there was no copyright. It was just I want to make a Mad comic, Dennis the Menace, Batman. I'll do it. Too bad. We were like Timu. We were like, or is it Timu, whatever, that Chinese company that violates all copyright. Oh, that AI thing is over. Let me put something else on. By the way, the name of this channel, it's AI Fascinated. It says, I'm showcasing what's possible with the latest AI tools. Join me in a quest toward unlimited entertainment. Subscribe for good luck. How do you do this, man? Can you just do it without spending any money? How do you? Because I think if I told the AI what to do, I could create something even more spectacular. Uh, but hold on a second. All right. I'm just gonna fill this disc up. Oh shit. Okay, back to cleaning the pinball machines and waiting for Kevin to appear so we can see what's going on at an Arizona Sunday convention called Old Man Con. This is the other picture of this is a picture of my grandfather. And yet another picture. What is this? This is the instructions Joe Riley created for the slee stack. I have his prototype over here that he painted and put together, but he sold this slee stack back in the 90s. He also made this Hetera, and this company, I guess, was called Graven Images Limited. He made this Herman Munster bust. And to give you a sense of scale, the bolts in his neck were thumbtacks painted, but it looked really good. Um, I had one painted by him, and I gave it to my girlfriend at the time, and it started to sweat this horribly smelling, probably toxic chemical that really, I kind of glad that's one thing I'm kind of glad I gave away. But yeah, it was not pleasant, but it still looked cool, but it was, I don't know, um, latex, what exactly is involved in that material, but there was something went awry with that particular casting. Oh, I guess I should show you the slee stack model kit. It's right here. I don't know if you can see that or not. But Joe Riley, when he passed away, all of his VHS tapes were acquired by this other friend of ours named Mark Ridlin. And then Mark Ridlin passed away, and he had such a massive collection, mainly of records, but he has an estate sale going on right now at this moment in Dallas. And I think they're going to do another weekend because they weren't able to put all his stuff out at one estate sale. So all of those VHS tapes of Joe Riley, all his original copies of the Hypnotic Eye TV show, hopefully someone's getting them that will appreciate what they have. And he had all these films transferred. He did stop motion animation, outstanding professional quality of GI Joes fighting and doing karate and shooting each other. Just the real GI Joes, not the little figures that you know that fight against Cobra. The real GI Joes from the '60s. He had them fighting. No offense to you youngins that like that, the little tiny figures. They're fine. Uh, you're forgiven. Okay. So I have stuff like this. I don't know why. It's just a promotional magazine for stupid comics from today. But I guess it'll cushion a comic box. You put it at the end, front, or end of the box, like to cushion the comics or something. Okay. Oh, here's more cards. But these won't fit in that. Oh, will they? Hold on a second. We're actually, I think, going to get these pinball machines cleared off today. Okay. This YouTube shit is probably better than that Fantastic Four movie that's coming out this summer. Honestly, here's some old cards that were basically being given away. They're not anyone famous, I don't think, but they look cool. The really old cards look cool. They look like something from. These ones are not cut correctly. That's probably why the guy was just giving them away. See, they're, but that's part of the charm of these things. Uh, but I'm going to put the, John Lennon card in this box. Some of these are in little sleeves where they won't fit into uh, the other box. These are neat. These Japanese ones. Astro Boy. Oh my gosh. Oh, and we have Gigantor, the space age robot. His power lies in your hands. These are larger too. So these are Wally Wood art insult cards. A stack of them. Is anybody even talking to me? No, probably not. Let's see. Ghost Riders in the Sky, says Apex. We were fearless, creative children, says Apex. Well, I was creative. I don't know, fearless. Beautiful YouTube TV setup. Thank you. Just a Roku hooked up to a TV. Vaughn, what is your ceiling made of? I don't know. Something cheap. Uh, Vaughn. I know who Vaughn is, but I don't remember who it is. Um, Meyer Greenblatt, was your dad or brothers left-handed like Lefty? I think everyone's been right-handed in my family except for my grandfather. G.I. Joe's enemies were the Black Dragon Syndicate in the late 60s. What are you? I didn't know that. Are you sure you're not talking about the early 70s? Because in the 60s, I don't know. Meyer would be able to answer that. I thought they were still military until when did he grow the beard and become a kung fu grip guy? Paulos, I would have thought that was about 72. Paulo says, "Hey there, hello there, Paulo. Yeah, we're waiting to go to a convention. I'm assuming I'm waiting for that, but right now I'm just clearing off a pinball machine. And I'm making a 2 hour disc of these kind of AI retro. I hate that word, retro. Okay. Now, when all the people were baptized, it came to pass that Jesus also, being baptized and praying, the heaven was opened. Thank you, Darth Vader, for that inspirational message. Well, it's what, 10 o'clock? So it's probably 9 o'clock in Arizona. So this is a Barbie stand, like a or for some kind of doll, and this is where the crotch of the doll would go. Wouldn't it be great if I could get this? It's not quite right. Yeah, that wouldn't work. But I've got to find a place to put this, man. If I could just have it lean up against something, then it will be fine. Let's see. Well, maybe it'll look okay there. Um, Meyer, what are these guys called? This was a gift from John Goris. this this somehow reminds me of Von Baudet's, wherever you pronounce his name. his style. Wilma Flintstone. And whatever this dinosaur is called, I think it's called a dipshitosaurus or something. Diplodon, Diplodiodon, something like that. Are there comments? Apollo says, "Hey there." Like, what was the guy on Welcome Back, Cotter that did that? Hi there. It was Thurston Howell. No, it was it's something Washington, Curtis Washington the Third or something. Apex Comics. Maybe early 70s. 1972 was Lifelike Hair and Beard. Kung Fu Grip G.I. Joe was 1976. Oh boy. That could be. I could have sworn the Kung Fu Grip was earlier than 76. Meyer would be the expert on that. I could have sworn Kung Fu Grip was about 74 and the lifelike hippie hair was, yeah, probably about 72. Freddie Washington the Third says Apex. Boom boom. Yeah, boom boom. Man, they don't show. Do they show that show anywhere anymore? I don't know that they do. I don't know how you would see Welcome Back, Cotter. No one ever talks about that show. I used to enjoy it. My brother worked at Six Flags, and I guess he saw Gabe Kaplan there. He was going to maybe do a comedy routine there at Six Flags, the height of the popularity of that TV show. And I guess my brother dared to come up to the great Gabe Kaplan and say hi to him. And he says, "So who are you? You're nobody." Um, I heard that story, and Gabe Kaplan went way down to my. It's like it's almost like something out of a cartoon. Like, do people really say that to people? Uh, Apparently, he did. But how about that, ladies and gentlemen? I didn't mean to shatter your childhood images of Mr. Carter, but apparently he was really an asshole. But maybe he got over it later. He was just, struck by being a big star on ABC or whatever channel that was on. Let's see. Gabe, I got to turn everything sideways. Let's see. Gabe Kaplan is a funny comedian, producer, and poker player. Yeah, but in 1976, 77, he was also an asshole because you just don't say that to some college guy. And my brother could have been obnoxious too, for all I know, but saying, "Who are you? You're nobody." That's not a, because that's great. I'm glad he plays poker well. Uh, and, uh, and my brother didn't always tell 100% the truth either. So, but if you don't tell the truth, wouldn't you want to say Gabe Kaplan was a great guy and we hung out and drank beers together? That would be the way you would lie. You wouldn't lie, and because that doesn't make you look good that someone treated you like you were a worthless piece of trash. But so I tend to believe that story. And a lot of times, stories that I thought were bullshit that my brother would say is it's like I was buying my first car, and my older brother went with me, and he was talking to the guy at the dealership, and He mentioned that he'd been in a helicopter crash in Germany, and I was thinking, boy, he's laying it on thick. That's a bunch of bullshit. My brother wasn't. And then it turned out later, yes, he was in a helicopter crash. And it's like, my parents just didn't tell me. I guess they were afraid of worrying my sixth, seventh grade self that your older brother was. Uh, I thought he was just bullshitting. So, but tell you one thing, he's passed away. He worked for the phone company and invented a bunch of things. Of course, when you invent something, it's just like you're Jack Kirby. You create things, and it becomes the property of the company you work for. So he had all these. His patents are in his name, but they're the property, Southwestern Bell or whatever they call themselves now. But later, they got rid of all the senior level employees because they didn't want to pay them at some point. And so he was unemployed for a little while. And my dad, it was weird. My dad's gave him said, well, you're going to get this much for inheritance when I pass away. I'll just start advancing some of it to you and you'll have a paycheck until you. So he was getting some of his inheritance from my father while he was alive to keep, because he had a son in college and stuff. But then he got hired by Washington, by Homeland Security, and they investigate everyone in the family. They even investigated his son's prom date to make sure. And so he got into Homeland Security, and this was during the Obama years. And he wound up with a heart problem, and he was commuting from Colorado to Washington, D.C. He'd go back to his family, was still in Colorado, and one day he uh, had a heart attack while driving on the highway and just got his truck just to coast off the side of the road without hitting anyone and come to a stop. The rearview mirror scraped against the divider, but that was the only damage to the truck. And people drove by, just thought, oh, that's some guy parked by the side of the road. Evan, he was there for a long time. People didn't realize because it wasn't a crash. No one else was hurt. He managed to get his car off the road and everything. But the last thing he put on Facebook, he said, trust me from someone inside the Beltway, you are being watched. Um, do not put anything here on Facebook against the war in the Middle East or against the president. Is saying, just trust me. And so I try to warn people. Of course, I spout off about how much I like Trump on YouTube, and I know that we don't have, especially that was proven to us during the pandemic, how little freedom of speech we have. But hopefully, that's getting better here under the current administration. Anyway, we got a red dot. I'm hoping that's Kevin. Let's see what it is. It is Kevin. Add to stage. All right. What's going on?
Just set up the comic book walls.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, Jim Starlin's supposed to be here.
oh, okay. Yeah, he must be getting up there. Is he like in his 80s?
Not
Possibly.
sure. I was looking to see what his first cover was. It was a George R. R. Martin made like a magazine, and he did the cover for it
Hmm.
in
Yeah.
1970. 1970. That was his first cover.
Well, those were young guys that were getting into the comic, that were into Marvel comics in the early '60s, and then they got in. And well, George R. R. Martin didn't get into comics, but he had a letter published in an early issue of Fantastic Four. Uh, but yeah, Jim Starlin was one of the young kind of psychedelic hippies that got in the early '70s. That second generation that wasn't World War II, Korean War guys. So I would imagine he's in his late 70s, if not 80. You know, you think about all that generation, the Beatles, the two that are left, they're in their 80s and everything. Stones, all that. I guess I should give you a full picture. Well, there's no point in looking at me. Let's see here. How do I do that? All right.
I'm waiting for these guys to set up. These guys have the cool stuff.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All right, I'm gonna go hide now. Let somebody else find me. You gotta go on.
Myers says Kaplan came across as a dick on Battle of the Network Stars. Well, then that confirms my brother's opinion. Overly competitive, tried to match energy with Bob Conrad and looked like an a-hole. Pepperidge
Oh,
Farm
that's cool.
remembers.
This guy's back. Remember the guy that had all the Dave Stevens posters?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He's back.
Apex says, yeah, I met Kaplan in the late 90s. My friend was a nanny who babysat his kids. I met him T Giggles Comedy Club in Seattle. He's a nice guy. He was a nice guy at the time. Well, yeah, because he'd been humbled. Yeah, he didn't have a job in the network. His show got canceled, and then yeah, he was. Jim
Yeah.
Starlin is about 75. That tells me a lot. Jim Starlin and George R. R. Martin had early fanzine stories and Dr. Weird. Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
yep, yep, yep.
I'll probably buy a stack of these posters before I leave.
Okay, let's see what he's got there. These are those professionally printed, I guess, or what? What's up with?
That's old. Those are old store stock from Dave Stevens.
Okay, I have just about all the original comic books. Those are from, but the Vampirella really good. Well, they're all good. The Sheena's great. How much does he charge for those?
$10 each. Yeah, I usually sell them at the store, for like 20.
Oh, so you're gonna get multiples to sell at your store?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I might get some from you. That one that has the girl, the space girl, kind of leaning against the wall. It's not on picture right now. More to your
The one
right,
over there. Yeah.
right center. That's from Something Weird VHS. He did some artwork for the Something Weird company, and that
Oh,
was
that's
for a
cool. I
movie
didn't know
called
that.
Space Thing. And that illustration's much better than the movie actually was. But yeah, my friend Mike McCarthy did illustrations for Something Weird too. There's a lot there's some original illustrations that were done for video releases from Dave Stevens and from Mike McCarthy.
So yeah, I'm gonna get some of those. Which other ones do you think I should get?
Get the Sheena one that's in
Yeah,
the center there.
this one.
I would want one. Jamba would want one. Uh, the Airboy one's great with Valkyrie. I mean, they're all great, but the Planet, they're all good. It's just hard to definitely get the Vampirella on the left side of the screen.
That one.
Yeah,
That
those.
one. That one. That one.
Have what other dealers are there that look intriguing?
Pretty much this booth, and then remember the two guys that I got those Maniac shirt transfers.
Yeah.
Those guys, they're setting up.
What about the guy that had remember those Bronze Age books? You got a few for me. Is that guy there?
Like the cheap when he has them real cheap, like $1,
Yeah.
$2. Yeah, he's here. Let me see if he's got anything.
Yeah, that guy was. That guy had some good stuff.
Stuff I gotta do that.
Yeah, probably this guy.
Oh, look at that. Let me take my glasses off so I can see. Are those cheap books there?
Maybe I'll ask him.
Oh, are they're not? Are they priced on the back? Maybe that Apache Kid looks cool as hell. Damn, that's the type Western that's cool looking. It doesn't look wholesome. It looks like it's slightly subversive. That's when it's, you know, a Gene Autry, Roy Rogers comic. You were reading that in class, your teacher would say, "Oh, I like him." But when you got Apache Kid, that's the type comic the teacher would want to take up and say, "I'll talk to you later about that." You know, it
Yeah,
just looks
I set up about 8:40.
more violent.
But
Do you have any monster stuff?
I think I got your stackers at home, man.
Okay.
I'm putting some stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Sounds like that was a
Yeah, I might
no.
have stuff for you too. Cool. I might have some more stuff.
Sounds like a drug deal.
Yeah, he's no, one of the dealers, one of the shop owners. He has some monster stuff for me.
Yeah, wasn't that the way it went last time? The guy, you met the guy later, and he had all these famous monsters.
Um,
Or was that a different
remember
guy?
last time I missed out on his stuff? He was selling those 8 millimeter monster
Oh,
reels.
yeah, yeah, shit. Yeah, that's
That's
right.
why. That's why I was asking him this time if he has any stuff like that because I don't want to miss out this time on it.
Yeah.
But he said he doesn't have any. He didn't bring any monster stuff. Jim Starlin's right there.
Oh,
I put a set of these right here.
oh, those are yours.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Actually, I'm gonna go look for food.
Is the show actually open now?
No. When's it open at 9?
9 o'clock early bird.
So we got 40
Prepay,
minutes. 40
if you
minutes.
prepaid, otherwise 10 a.m. for that.
Oh, 40 minutes, and then the early bird people can come, and then they have an hour until the general public can come in.
So is it about 8:30 where you're at?
It's 8:22. Yeah.
I thought we had an hour difference, but we have a 2 hour difference.
I'm gonna go get something to drink, and then I'll come back.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to conserve battery.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay.
I'll be back.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Incredible. Uh, I told you it would be neat. Patchy Kid looked cool. That's got to at least be a. That's not going to be a $2-3 book though. The Gunsmoke looked good, and then there was Marvel Collector's Item Classics. I have all of those, but that's a great book. It's a very. Is it still recording? Anyway, so um, yeah, that's about right. You go to a convention and there's one or two booths that are interesting. That's actually a good convention if it's that way. It used to not be that way. It used to be there was more interesting stuff at a convention, but more and more boring pedestrian shit has taken over the hobby. Um, in the 70s, a convention was comic books and movie memorabilia, and there were older guys that had the pulps and the radio memorabilia and little audio cassettes of old time radio, and they had their niche, the pulps and the science fiction, and there was monster stuff. But gradually, Dungeons and Dragons came in, sports cards, Beanie Babies. What other horrible things? Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh. Um, and then there would be guys that maybe would have the men's adventure magazines. Those were fun, and sometimes, yeah, and that was a good time when Dave Stevens in the '80s uh, came along, because he caused a lot of dealers to start having pinups and girly, Vargas and Betty Page stuff, and uh, then yeah, but gradually the 1990s really hurt things with all this glut of horrible comics that came out, and they made millions of them. And now enough times passed that people think those are old comics. I've got a bunch of old comics, and they're all horrible, mass produced trash that's probably not even worth 10 cents. And I long for the time when I was really young, when anyone that said, I've got some old comics, they were all going to be good, because regardless of the genre, just about everything was good prior to the late 70s. There were just I am serious. I don't think there were bad comics. Even a boring comic, there'd be something that would make it redeeming. Even if it was a comic created for Sunday school, you know. So I don't know, man. So okay, I guess I got to clean off. What are people saying in the chat here? Apex. Yeah, I was being funny. I wasn't serious about that. Manga and anime was a problem. Yeah. Yeah. Myers says, I enjoyed Fast Break, a basketball comedy movie with Kaplan. It was probably good. I never saw it. Yeah, that was uh what was the oh what was I was thinking this about the same time as Slapshot, right? Which was the hockey one. That's the one that I think people remember. Fast Br- yeah, I don't know when Welcome Back Cotter was canceled. I don't think it made it to 1980. Oh, it was probably off the it probably it came along in the 75 TV season, 75 76 school year, and it might have been a mid-season replacement. It might have been. I don't know, man. I remember that John Sebastian sang the Welcome Back Cotter theme song on an early episode of Saturday Night Live. I don't know if it was the first, I don't think it was the first episode, but it was an early episode. The first episode, they had Janice Ian, I remember. And was George Carlin on the first episode? They used to have, man, what was that guy's name? That guy that had the real raspy voice with the beard, that always had sunglasses, that used the frog from Warner Brothers on his album covers. What was his name? It'll come to me immediately after the show ends. But he used to be on Saturday Night Live a lot. But Anyway, my point, and John Sebastian singing the Welcome Back Cotter theme on Saturday Night Live, is it was live and he screwed up. He forgot the words, where he started singing the wrong part of the song, and he went back and started the song over, and I can imagine the cursing in the back of, as they have the whole show timed out, and you don't have it timed for a guy to add a minute to his song by starting it over from the beginning. And I'm not knocking San Sebastian. He was great. Loving Spoonful. He was a great musician. It's just he didn't have that song down in his head that solidly at that point. It was a brand new TV show. Leon Redbone. Yeah, yeah. Leon Redbone. That was his name. It would have come to me later. Jimmy Buffett. No, Jimmy Buffett didn't use the frog from. Yeah. Uh, what does it say here? Man, I can't keep clicking on these things. It's too much trouble. 1975 to 80 is what Apex says. Welcome back, Cotter. And Myers says great theme song. And um, I um, yeah, it went to 1980, but uh, what's his face? Travolta would have been gone after the first couple of seasons. I would have thought. I don't know. Yeah, because he had Saturday Night Fever followed by Grease in '78, and Saturday Night Fever in '77. I think at that point he would be saying "Hasta la vista" to that show. Uh, yeah, I don't know if any of those people ever did anything later. There was Juan Epstein. He's the only other Epstein I know. Well, no, it was the Epstein, Brian Epstein from the Beatles. There's only three famous Epsteins. Juan Epstein, who's not even a real person, uh, the Epstein Island idiot, and Brian Epstein, the Beatles manager. Uh, Arnold Horshack. What happened to him after the show? I don't know what kind of roles you could play. There were several actors that were weird people that played weird people their whole career. There was Arnold Stang, who was the voice of Top Cat. He was in that Hercules movie with Schwarzenegger. He was just a weird, nebbishy guy with glasses. And then he did a lot of cartoon voices. And then there was this weird guy that was in Grease, and he was in a lot of. He was the nerd in Grease, and he's been in other movies playing a nerd. That's what he does is play it. I don't remember that guy's. I don't think I ever even knew that guy's name, but he was in like a lot of movies. Man, I just said like. How about that? I'm like totally. He was in like a lot of movies, and then I said like, I was like totally. So yeah. Ron Palillo, says Meyer. He was very funny. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, I mean, the show is a good show. Yeah. I remember there was one episode where they had a parental discretion warning on it, where, it was an adult episode. And it was one where I think one of the girls, there was a girl that was pregnant, and she was accusing a bunch of guys of being the father or something. And it seems like I remember the commercial, they had them all lined up and she was pointing. And I thought, my gosh, what's happening to the 1970s? They were, that was the thing, is we're going to be adult and frank and with it. And there used to be a show called James at 15. And then they had a show where he does it, and that was one of those big deals. It's like it's gonna be. Man, there was a lot of horrible shit in the 1970s. You wind up being nostalgic for it and just realize, well, at the time it was pretty horrible. Sometimes you're nostalgic for horrible times, you know. If if you live in the world of The Road, you ever see that movie The Road, where it's after some nuclear power, everyone's dying and they're going to the beach just to die, uh, then uh, I don't know. Most horrible thing, you would be nostalgic for it. I don't know. I'm gradually moving everything over onto the Elvira pinball machine. And I've loved Elvira, always loved Elvira, the character, but she's lately become a pinko, proudly flying her flag of being a commie pinko. So we'll briefly move all the garbage over to her pinball machine to show our protest of her politics. This is the magazine I used to put out, one of the magazines I used to put out, Sling Rave Corvette. So all kinds of stuff in here. There was an after school special. Look, Mom, I'm having a baby. Yeah, and then there was it wasn't an after school special, I don't think. I think it was a TV movie. Sarah T. Portrait of an Alcoholic with Linda Blair. I think that was an actual TV movie. This is the stuff Damon Packard has down. Damon Packard has a giant collection of. Oh, hey, read my. Oh, there's a text message from my wife. Hold on. Oh, let's see what's going on. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, so we're gonna. As soon as we finish with this convention, I'm gonna tap out and let's see. Here's a Wonder Woman face. This is for a cake. Somewhere around here, if it still exists, there's a mold for a Wonder Woman cake for her body. Then you put the icing on it. But this since it would be real hard to do the makeup and the eyes with um, cake frosting, and they give you the face to plop down onto the cake. So this is a cake topper. It's a mailing envelope. It's never been used. A piece of cardboard I was using to paint on. That's garbage. It's Atari cartridge breakout. I just found a place to put a bunch of this stuff. I realized there's an empty shelf over there. This is there was a Tarzan TV series in the late '90s on television, and part of the line they had Tars Tarkas and John Carter figure. I think the only one I got was this one. Um, it was it was I don't know if they were thinking. I don't think they ever would have done a John Carter crossover with the Tarzan TV show because they wouldn't have been able to afford making a Martian with four arms. Is Kevin back yet? No. Let's see. Let me put the link there. Okay. Paste. Oop! I almost pressed the button to end the stream. I meant to. I can't see a thing. This is what I. If you subscribed to a Marvel comic in the '90s, it came with something like this. They didn't fold them anymore. Okay, here's. I didn't subscribe. Oh, Myers here.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, not much.
Good morning.
Yeah, morning.
What do you got there?
Oh, just let's see. Um, it's just a subscription thing. This is what I guess what kept the comic from bending in the mail.
Yeah, that would have been a newer one because look at the
Yeah.
illustration of Wolverine there.
Yeah. This went to someone that you lived in Yuba City, California.
Well, really, that's really close to me. That's about a half hour away from me. Real
His
close.
name his name is La Ba, Labaw, Ba.
Labatt.
But I don't S La Ba.
Huh.
And
That's
then I
interesting. You got that. That's real close to me. Yuba City, it's not a big place.
and then this is probably why he subscribed because he didn't probably store. This is some of these backing boards that are from stores that no longer exist. They would look at the. It's
Yeah, I
not
never
very
saw one of
good.
those.
Yeah,
I
I
never
guess
got one.
at the height of all of that comic stuff in the '90s, they would have I guess Image went in on it and helped them print with the cost of the printing because I've got another one I looked at yesterday that had Lady Death on it. Whatever company did Lady Death. Sometimes they would just stamp the name of the store. I don't know if anyone collects stuff like this. I just it's like I don't want to throw it away because it's kind of a historical, I guess, but it's also stupid to save these things. But what is this here?
I think those are okay. Those are pretty cool to save.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's and of course the stores are called Grand Slam, which is not comic related at all because they were sports card dealers that were into comics because it was big there for a while. And then you just like, how did I wound up with a copy of the Dork Tower? I think it was just in a bunch of stack of comics I got, and then I just can't toss it in the trash, even though it's obviously a piece of garbage. What's wrong? What's the person that made Dork Towers watching? I don't know. Super glue. What is this? It's a receipt for some cosmetics. These are glasses for Friday the 13th, part 3D. They weren't, at that point, they weren't red and blue lenses. There was, and I saw it in the theaters. So, which I think is the only Friday the 13th movie I ever saw in a theater. In fact, I'm positive of it. I just went because, man, it's a 3D movie and it's not the early 50s. And, you know, I also, they re-released the House of Wax in the late 70s, and that was fun. I went to see that with my mother, um, and then there's another opportunity to see a 3D movie. Even I just never got into the slasher movies. That's not anything I really cared about. This says January 5th, 1978. This is probably a letter from my older brother that my mom saved, and yeah, January 5th, 78. I'm at present getting over a bad cold. Lost my voice due to the lousy weather. Is it possible that this could have film in it that could still be developed? And where would you go to do that? How do you tell if it's been exposed or not? I don't know.
I don't know. I would take it to Walgreens or to the film developing place.
You're joking, right? I mean, that doesn't
No,
exist.
I'm serious. I'm serious. I would check there first because there's old people in this world that find things and then where would they take it? They would take it to the drugstore or the film developing place. So they probably see that once or twice a month or so, maybe more often than that. People
Oh,
coming in
well,
with
that's a good
what was
point.
it called? 120 or 180? That film that you just held up? I forget what it was called.
I have
880? What
no
was it called?
idea.
It
Uh,
had a number to it. I think it's 880 or 120 or I can't remember.
I don't even know where I put it. Where did I set it? I can't find it. I've already lost it. I, I'm just trying to clear off this pinball machine, man. Look at this. It's not a weapon, YouTube. I'm not holding up a weapon.
Does it play? Can you play it? Does it work?
It should work. I
Do that
guess
one from the Lost Boys. Do that song from the Lost Boys. Remember the guy with the saxophone? You look a lot like him with he's all greased up on the boardwalk.
I look like a greasy guy on the boardwalk. Thank you.
Yeah, what was it called? Uh,
Um,
I'm a, well, he's all what the darn it was so cringy. The name of the song. He's like playing that when the kids are riding on their dirt bikes turning into vampires and
well,
shit.
I can guarantee you this has never been played since probably 1973, 74. So I guess I should clean off the mouthpiece. I don't. I'm going to be blowing out the 1970s out of this. There's going to be 1970s vintage dust blowing out of this thing. Uh, I wonder what company made this. I've had this. I think I've had this since we lived in Germany. Newark, New Jersey, USA. When toys were made in the United States,
Nice.
the Proll Toy Incorporated. Proll, Proll. I wonder if they made other instruments. They probably look good, like
Mhm.
on the wall, Okay, we're gonna have
If you blow this,
1970.
yeah, I feel like a genie's gonna come out or something.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, the guy for that genie from Wonderbug or something like that. You know what I mean? Like from a really shitty Sid and Marty Krofft cartoon
Yeah,
or live
yeah,
action.
exactly. Yeah, didn't the bad guy in Lidsville play something like this?
I think he might have, yes. Charles Manson, Nelson Riley.
Yeah. Okay. See, I made good stuff in the United States.
It absolutely still works.
Scaring the cats that run into the basement. Shit, what? It's a bad note. This one works. This one's weak. Wonder why that is. It's more in proportion to a little kid, I think, this scale wise.
Yeah, maybe. But it's still working. It looks good.
Somebody research Proll toys. Um,
How's it
okay.
taste?
Well, I cleaned off the mouthpiece, but there's definitely dust in here that came from Germany, Virginia, San Antonio, and Arlington, Texas. Just blew out from so
Yeah,
like 4 or 5 decades.
it's like a sage burning ceremony for the house. This is like
Yeah,
your version of burning sage.
we've got sage in there, but we never burned it. When we moved in, yeah, someone gave it to us. Some woman that thought she was like a. So you should do this when you go to your new house. And it's
Go
like,
to the corners and burn it up in the corners. Yeah, I dated girls and lived with women, and I'm familiar with the burning of the sage.
it's just like, what is wrong with them? Let's see. I don't know. Maybe it's something. What is it? Ghosts are supposed to be scared of that or something, or is it a Native American thing? What is that exactly?
Women are just more in touch with our environment and with the nether regions, Ken.
This is pencil lead. This is. I gotta save everything, man. It's collectible. Uh,
That's kind of a cool little box. Is it like a slide top, right?
yeah, I've
I
never
could put
opened it. It's something from my father
I
or
could put my
somebody.
weed in there.
Well,
A
that's not.
tiny, tiny amount of my weed would fit in there.
Yeah, there's still some pencil lead in there. Vintage pencil lead. Wow, I wasn't expecting this thing to be that loud.
It works really well.
Yeah, just that one.
Cool.
Wonder why that one doesn't work so well. This is a pillow that Kevin sent one time when I made an order because I guess he was trying to cushion the box and just thought, well, I'll throw this in. And it's cool. Okay. I was, this is a flyer. It says, if you like to read comic books, then you'll like the comic book show. The longest running video show in Texas featuring comic book creators and fans. Join us each month for interviews. This is a public access show from before YouTube existed.
I wonder if you could find any of that on YouTube if you searched that.
That would be
I'd love to
interesting.
see.
Yeah, sometimes uh, people
Yeah,
have the old public access shows on YouTube.
they do sometimes. I enjoy
Yeah.
watching them a lot.
Did you ever watch that one that Hymns for Heathen?
Say it again. What was it?
Hymns for Heathen that my friend put up from the
No, I
early
haven't seen it.
'80s.
No, I haven't seen that.
I thought I sent you a link to it. I might not have. Um, yeah, it's punk rock uh, public access from the early '80s in Austin, Texas. Um, it got a lot of complaints from the community. There's a Mickey Mouse cartoon kit, color forms
Oh,
toy.
those are great. I love color forms.
And I was like,
Wow, unused. Looks new.
well, I've used it, but I'd put all the pieces back when I was a kid.
Yeah, I loved those color forms. I had a Batman one that was great.
I've got the Batman one and the
Other ones
Spider-Man.
too. I feel like I had a Peanuts one. I bought one recently, like a couple years ago. They reissued the special winter ice skating one from the Peanuts. That there's like some Charles Schultz one, and I
Yeah,
reissued. I bought it. I bought it one for my grandkids, but I haven't opened it. I haven't given it to them yet because they're
yeah.
still a little. They're still small, 5 and 2.
That may be a toy that kids that are used to video games, it might completely mystify them why that's interesting to do
Yeah,
that.
I'm looking forward. Maybe so. I guess this Christmas, my granddaughter will be 2.5. It's still maybe another year or so before I give it to her because it's a Lucy centric toy. You know what I mean? It's Lucy. They're all ice skating and
Oh, okay.
yeah. So I'm thinking about giving it to my granddaughter, but she's just now 2.
Yeah.
But I love color forms. That was like one of my go-tos. Like when you would get to go to the toy store and pick one item. You remember that sort of a situation? And I'd be
Yeah.
like, I could use a new color form. Yeah.
Is the instructions and putting this Western town together
Yeah, I
from
had that set. That's that German
it's
from
yeah,
Sears. Yeah.
big. Yeah.
It's a nice set with the weird little modular cowboys that with the fall apart.
This is probably from kindergarten or first grade. It's a Scottish boy.
Ah, do you have Scottish lineage?
Uh, do I don't, but I think it was I didn't, that wasn't something I created willingly. It was something the teacher told me to make.
It was an assignment. Maybe you were given the Scottish boy, and other people were
We
like
were,
the
yeah.
Chinese girl. Yeah,
It was probably studying cultures,
yeah. It's a
the
small
culture.
world. It's a
Yeah,
small world type of
there you
thing.
go. Yeah. Oop. Okay, this is what I was looking for. This picture of Alfred Newman.
That's one of those pictures, isn't it? One of the ones that they sold at the front of the magazine for like 100 copies for $1
I
or something.
I think it must be. Yeah, I would say yes. But now it's framed, courtesy of Walmart.
That's great. That's nice.
Here's this. I've shown this a lot lately. This was important to me.
What are they
Um,
called? Something Manselmunchen? Manselmunchen?
Mainzelmanschen. Yeah, the Germans have long
Manselmunchen. I wonder what that means. Little
Mainzelmann.
men? Maybe little men or something?
Mainzel is, I think, a place in Germany, and then the Manchen are like little trolls or dwarves. They were little cartoon. There's big long collections of that stuff on YouTube where you can watch the cartoons. Um, I got to get this stuff put into bags that I got from Mike. This is the little, or
Oh, yeah.
it was. I think it was bagged when I got it, and then I took it out, and but now it needs to go back into a bag. And are there any new? There's some new comments. I got to read them.
Let me click it. I'll see what I can see. Comments. Jeez, why isn't it working?
Let me see here. Um, Apex said made in the USA. Then he said most women love horses too. Justin says I would think you might need a host name. Comic book show might be a bit too generic. Yeah, well, I don't know. That was back in the. If they're the only comic book show on public access, then you don't
And
really
maybe if
need
you
it.
search the location and you type, uh,
Oh, right. Oh,
Dallas
yeah.
Fort Worth Public Access comic book show, and then you put the year, it might come up.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's trust me, it's not going to be anything interesting. Um, I don't know if I have bags and boards big enough for these things, man. Do I? No. At least I can put these little troll guys. Where's the camera? Over into a bag. Um, but these larger things I got from Mike. I don't know if this was in a bag, and if it was, it might have been something I already chunked out. I need to get these this Elvis Presley sheet music that's in this dopey dopey coloring book. I need to get that protected somewhere.
Weird. I'm having my comments. I'm for some reason my oh there it goes. Okay. Apex, cheer here. There's beer. I missed those informative public access. Apex is in your chat this morning. I see Apex Comics. I appreciate. I know that Apex Comics has a good taste and a good sense of humor because I feel like I see him a lot over on the Cope Files on the Cecil Says channel that I watch just about every day. My favorite YouTube comic book channel. It's called the Cope Files. I feel like I see Apex Comics in that chat over there. So
Coke,
I
Coke or
Cope,
Cope?
Cope, the Cope
COPE?
Files. COPE, yeah, Cope, the Cope Files, like the X Files, but the Cope Files.
Is it someone's name, or are they talking about coping with something?
They're talking about coping. It's a
Okay.
show that focuses on leftist cope. Uh,
Oh,
it's called Cecil Says is the name of the channel. Cecil
yeah.
is the host, and the show
Right.
is called The Cope Files, and it's really the best show on YouTube these days. And I see Apex there quite often, so it's nice
Oh,
to see
okay.
you here. It's nice to see you here as well, Apex.
Oh,
He says, "I
cool. Yeah,
like collector's room, Grottu."
I've known him. I guess I became aware of him through Horror Mike. I think he was on
Yeah,
there.
me
I
too.
think
That's
he's a
where I
friend of
first met him
Horror
too.
Mike. Man, you don't know if, oh, that's cool. That's a cool one. How are these priced, Kevin?
Like nothing's under 5. It's like a 7 or 10.
Oh, okay. You don't normally see a lot of ghosts. At least you didn't used to.
Infinity cover.
Ah,
That was like a phoned in Infinity cover. It's like the comic wasn't even like integral in the cover. It's just on the cover. It was kind of cheesy. Unfortunately.
yeah. Well, it was a great comic in the early '70s. This is later in the run. I don't think I was even noticing the comic during this time period,
Yeah,
but
I don't remember any of these, but I have some earlier ghosts, obviously. That's a
I
good
I
title.
I should have maybe been
Oh,
noticing them.
see, I've never seen that.
Was that a clown soldier? What
It
was
was a
that one?
clown, a man, and a gorilla.
Oh, it was? Oh, okay.
That's weird. That's cool. Whatever it is.
How is it a ghost though? Usually ghosts had a skull on every cover or
Excuse me.
that one I have. That's early. That's that probably. Yeah, these aren't. Yeah, that's a good cover. These are in not. These aren't in order. Oh, nice.
Nice.
Which dealer is this?
But when I got those Maniac T-shirt transfers from,
So this is a guy that likes monsters, right?
yeah,
he's got some good stuff here. You don't normally see someone bringing this amount of that to a convention, but maybe people are into horror now. I've always my whole life just assumed that no one cared about the books that I liked. But lately, I guess some people like this stuff. Ooh, that's good. Do you have that issue?
Oh, yeah. Doing well. How are you? I'm well myself.
That would
Thank
be
you.
good to put next to your
Fun to have
mask
you.
if you don't already have that one.
Thanks, I am.
Yeah, I got that one from him last time.
Oh yeah, I thought so.
Wow, that's nice. Sam the Skeleton Man.
It's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah,
Got two
yeah, I've never
copy.
seen that.
See how much it is.
I've never seen this many issues of Grimm's ghost stories together like this in my entire life. I've never seen this.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's weird. It is pretty weird.
Apex Comics says clown man and gorilla walk into a bar. Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, I was going to say, what was that one with the chain link fence? Is that juvenile delinquents or what's going on back there? No, it's not. It's a
Not sure.
carriage. What is that? Weird. Oh, look at that. Then we go to
Yeah, they changed their
illustrated
logo.
covers just like that. No more painted covers.
Yeah. Last Frontier says horror is hot, especially Bronze Age horror.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't for my entire life, and now, of course, it is. That one I've got. Monsters on the Press, great. Well, it's people that can't afford the pre-code horror are spilling over and buying this stuff as a consolation prize. But they'll probably go away, hopefully, soon. Those people that because if you were never into it and all of a sudden, oh, this is cool because I've seen people on YouTube, it, I don't know. I mean, I guess everyone can't be my age and have appreciated it at the time they were coming out, but if you weren't, if you knew this stuff existed before and you weren't interested in it, and you're interested in it now just because it's hot, then you're an idiot. You're just riding a trend, and you don't really care about it. You're just getting it because you think it'll go up in value. I that's but people that truly love it, those are the people that are interesting to talk to.
Yeah, it would be interesting to talk to somebody who reads this, who reads all of these.
Yeah,
I read these when I was a kid. My collection is got a spattering of all of this because these are third choice comics in my childhood. In my
yeah.
childhood, when I'm buying Ripley's Believe It or Not, that means that I'm at my aunt's house for the weekend and I walked to the store and there was nothing good. This is the only thing possible for me to buy that looked halfway good, and I bought it. I walked back. I sat down in the sweltering heat, next to the swamp cooler at my aunt's house with the mosquitoes buzzing by my head, and I read this comic by flashlight or something. And it was shitty. right? I mean, there were good portion. It was good, but at the same time, I was a little kid, so you thought this was scary, kind of. I was expecting it to be scary, but it wasn't really
Well,
scary. It's pretty dry, but
and the
still
artwork was always very
entertaining for a
pedestrian in
10-year-old.
these.
But it'd be interesting to talk to the 60-year-old that reads these.
Yeah, well, yeah, they'd probably be in a cage or a mental institution. Uh, I don't know, man,
I mean,
because
really, these are like third-tier choice comics in my childhood.
oh, these are unexpected. Those last two are unexpected. They had a
Yeah,
different
those look good.
logo. That's the
But yeah,
first
the gold
issue, I
key
think, of
stuff.
that
Gold
one.
key was like, meh.
That last one, I think, was the first issue, I think, of that comic.
This is such a good box. What a crazy
Yeah, it
box.
is good.
Whoa.
Yeah,
See,
I've
I've
got
never
that
seen
one.
this many Twilight Zones either. Never seen this stuff together like this. What a great collection.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if I had, wouldn't you want to just buy this entire box? Like,
Oh, yeah.
you understand what I'm saying? Like, if you somehow had the capital to be able to just do that, I mean, I would just want to just peel off,
That one with the
feet
skeleton playing the flute, I got that when it came out.
and just put these in the trunk. Whoa, look
Yeah,
at
it's
that.
the thing of the most appealing thing is the covers on these, the beautiful paintings.
Yeah, I was thinking as we were looking at the covers also, I had this vision of horror, way more horrific than any of the covers we looked at. And that vision of horror is a stack of these original paintings up against the wall and them just getting moved out to the curb and thrown in the trash. I imagine
Yeah,
that probably happened.
yeah. Um, does this guy doesn't have a store? Is that correct?
Not anymore.
I've never seen that cover.
Wow. Jeez. So this is a lot of, there's Kirby and Dick Ayers in here and maybe John Severin as well. Is that who worked on this book?
Yeah. Well, John Severin. Yeah, he did some. This was a comic I never looked at as a kid.
I never saw it. I really never saw it. I think I maybe read stories and like I have a like Mighty Marvel Western or something like that. A
Yeah.
couple of those there, right there. I have that issue
Yeah.
actually. Yeah.
Huh.
So yeah, I have that issue. So it's just very little exposure to Western comics in the 70s when I was a kid. Only had a handful.
Well, it was just the genre like romance that didn't appeal to me as a little kid.
Yeah, see like this right here. I have a couple of those.
But
It didn't mean either. I was just really looking at Marvel and DC, most superheroes and sword and sorcery type stuff. Like going back to Gold Key, I liked that Agar the Invincible. There are things about Gold Key that I did like, and it was that the sword and sorcery type stuff, kind of, but not Western. So it was superheroes and sword and sorcery is what I liked.
Apex says he has a bunch of Marvel Bronze Age horror like Monster, Frankenstein, Tomb of Dracula, Man Thing, Werewolf by Night, supernatural thrillers, Creatures on the Loose, Ghost Rider, etc. Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah, me
great
too.
stuff. Yeah,
Yeah,
me
that
too.
was.
I liked that as well. I didn't mention the horror stuff. I liked too. DC horror was good. DC horror at the time as well was always a great go-to So I would have gone to DC horror before I went to Grimm's Ghost Stories and Twilight Zone Gold Key comics, right? Or Star Trek even. I would have gone for the DC horror, like Ghost or Unexpected.
Last Frontier says pre-cut horror is out of reach for most people. That's why the facsimiles are so popular. But Bronze Age is attainable, and is still at a good price.
Yeah, it's an
Yeah.
excellent point. And in those Bronze Age books, those Bronze Age Marvel books, you have a lot of pre-code horror reprints, don't you?
Yeah. Um,
The Atlas ones, the Atlas. Oh,
yeah,
look at that
yeah.
Smokey Bear. That's a nice comic.
They don't reprint the really intense stuff. But it's good stuff. Yeah.
That's too bad for
Bill
me.
Everett art and
Yeah,
everything.
I remember seeing Bill Everett, Don Heck. There was Don Heck was in there.
What was that one? What did that say on it? The last one.
These are really cool, man. This guy has a really cool collection, really neat setup, good taste, nice
That's
taste.
a cool looking
Yeah.
comic, but it's very affordable. There's a million of them out there.
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on?
Give me a second to organize.
Yeah, this guy's got an interesting booth.
Yeah, he does. Oh, look at that. That's the Evil Knievel comic that came inside of the original set,
Yeah.
stunt cycle set.
Need a space.
Who did the art in the
Yeah,
Evil Knievel book?
I don't
These
know. I'm gonna
books-
guess Sal Buscema. I don't know though.
Okay.
I don't remember for sure. I used to have it, but it's gone now.
Well, the prices might go crazy, and then I think it'll crash because the people will
Ooh.
hoard them all, and then that's a great book. And then they won't be able to. That's the first. That one's the first one.
I don't
Nice,
have.
Kevin.
Uh,
Excellent.
I think you got some of these last time, didn't you?
On the way up.
Yeah.
No, no.
I always try to bring those. All right, guys. I gotta get back to sitting
Yeah,
down, so.
I'll get over.
I know. I mean, I can go
$40. Yeah. Well, it'll only take you a second. There's stacks of those.
Stacks of these. Yeah.
No, he's buying it.
What size? Or that's it.
That's your bet.
Yeah.
Don Heck, John Romita, and John Buscema were the go-to artists in case a regular artist was behind on their deadlines.
Oh, there's some good stuff in there. There was a. Could we see that Millie the Model cover?
That was good.
Huh, that's great.
How are these priced?
Nothing's under $5. Everything's over $5 here. That was
Oh,
10.
that's a good cover there. That's a real good cover. And
That
that
one's
I Love
full.
You looked like it
The
had a
one
really
that's like
white
full.
cover. That one looks like a really white cover, like brand new. Monster cover. Yeah.
Wow, look at that. She has tattoos.
Yeah, I think I have that one. Yeah, it's very unusual to see a girl with tattoos in the 60s.
Before it gets too busy, I'm gonna go take another look at some stuff Howard brought
Yeah.
for me. Just anything you want, just give it to Mike
Yeah.
and he'll say, and I'll make you.
Ooh,
Okay.
look at that groovy one.
Okay.
Oh,
What's going on?
I
Oh,
think he set his phone down. Oh,
Grab
the light
everything
one.
and run. The lights went out. Grab everything and run.
Oh, the
oh, the
lights went
power
out.
went out.
Oh boy, I hope people don't try to do that. Oh my God. Oh wow.
It's got to be a light switch somewhere. Come on, I think they'll fix that.
Hubert Art School.
Yes, he's right.
Mhm.
Yeah, the art all looks like it all kind of looks like a variation of Joe Kubrick's art, but you can tell it's, amateurish, but it's cool. It shows all the 70s toys, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those catalogs are really good from Heroes World.
This is a really interesting stream going on this morning. I want to say I just turned on the TV. I'm looking at it on my TV right now, and we have there's 13 people watching according to my television. I feel like there should be 130 watching. We're
Well,
live at a comic convention in Phoenix, Arizona. It's called the Old Man Con with Kevin from Gotham City Comics, and the power just went out. And it's really a great convention as well. This has been some cool stuff. We just got started. It just started.
yeah.
But yeah, there should be more viewers watching, I feel like.
Yeah.
This is good.
It's a blacked out screen. I don't think anybody's gonna watch.
Well, I guess I
Yeah, I
could
hadn't
bring
thought
us
about that.
on
That's why
the
you're here,
floor.
Kevin, to steer me straight. Right.
It's all right.
Me and my fanciful thinking. Thought we were making good TV.
No, I think it's interesting, but I don't know if people want to watch me clear off pinball machines, and
I know.
I
I don't
just
know.
like,
Why did it take so long to turn the lights on?
well, they probably trying to find where the box is. Who knows why they're out? It could not just be the hotel or you're in. It could be the whole block that's out. Is
Yeah.
the weather bad there?
No. No, weather's fine.
No such thing as
Um,
you buy more stuff.
What if it's a heist? What if there's a heist happening right now, like
Yeah.
Ocean's 11? Yeah,
For Action Comics #1 or something.
that's what I was thinking exactly. It's like Ocean's
well,
11 is going down. The pieces to the puzzle are all fitting together right now as we're standing here.
yeah, there's a lot of books in there that are cool, but yeah. I'd say that guy has really good taste in what he purchases.
Yeah, he has really good taste to have complete, or filled runs of these titles that we never see.
Yeah, because who wants to look at a bunch of 1990s X-Men comics?
Ugh.
That's fascinating to me. All of that's the stuff that I like: the romance,
Or set
the
those
rock and
aside for
roll
me.
Yeah,
comics.
man.
Take my
Well,
stuff.
what's
I'll be back
nice
when the
too,
lights
what's
come on.
Yeah, I got a couple boxes of stuff behind here too
Uh-huh.
that I haven't even taped or put
Okay.
out. So you're welcome.
Okay. Okay.
It's a testament to there's still thousands of comics. So who cares about the 90s? There's still thousands of comics from the 60s and 70s that I've never even seen. Like I haven't seen a lot of those Grimm's ghost story covers. I had never seen those paintings before. Some of them are really cool. Yeah. My whole life I never saw
What
those, and
happened?
it
Did you
was
forget to
created
charge
during my
power bill?
lifetime.
There's an additional fee for lights. We didn't pay for that. We don't need that. We didn't pay for lights. We got the room cheaper this way, guys.
Yeah.
Blackout sale. Great.
I'm making sure my figures are still here.
Good.
Better keep an eye on that. Seriously. Like elf on a shelf. They walk around.
Is there an Action Comics 1 in the room?
Like a movie goes. You want to send the next guy's hands?
At least nowadays, everybody essentially has a flashlight in their pocket now. So everybody just pulls out their phones and they can see.
Yeah.
All we can do is we can just go stand there and stare at it.
Apex says teen confessionals, I love you, comics, romance, hearts, chicks go to comics, blackout comics convention. Thanks for being with us, Kevin. I was thinking heist too, Meyer. Damn hotel forgot to pay their light bill.
Is it in a hotel or a convention center? What's it in?
It's in a hotel. All the lights are off in the whole hotel.
Oh, okay.
This is all skylights that you see in here.
Okay. Is there any like place around across the street you can see if the lights are on?
Be hard to tell. Oh, the traffic signal light is working. I see that.
Okay. Whoa. Looks like he burned out right there.
Oh, nice chemtrails.
Mm-hmm.
They've got in England they decided to start ramping that up to blot out the sun because the sun is bad. Now, it sounds like German soldiers are invading. Or some army marching. Maybe they've taken. Maybe it's a surgical strike on Phoenix. Man.
Wow.
That's even his one dramatic scene.
So there were two dealers that are worth looking at.
Um, Probably.
What is the convention mostly got at it? What is the kind of stuff that you mainly see there?
What's mostly in here?
Yeah.
Mostly, mostly like graded books, I think.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they got the lights back on.
Hey, we got 14 watching now. I can't believe we should have at least there should be 16, 17 people watching. I can't believe there's only 14.
Yeah, there should be 8 billion. 8.1 billion watchable.
I feel like I remember this carpet from about 6 months ago. We've been here to this convention before.
Back to this corner.
It's a lot better with the lights.
What's
Back on.
that?
It's a lot better with the lights on here.
Dude, the guy came out and he just turned the light switch on.
That's all it was?
Yeah.
Just a switch?
He's like, how long has this been out? I go, huh? At least 10 minutes. And he goes, oh, shit. Like, yeah.
Somebody backed into it or something?
There's anybody over there.
Some common fans get treated in
That's
Scottsdale.
kind of nice. Sticky guy.
Yeah. I know, I was the only one with my lighter. My drum solo. Everybody got their phones on. Like, oh, yeah. Welcome to 2000.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't even, I just had to leave. And then I just came back in because it's like, I can't, you know, it's like, that takes me back. Is it? Oh, $10? Oh, I'm still shopping, so I'm gonna hold on to these. But, you always have good stuff.
Every spot for Bob.
Yeah. You have a manga section? A manga section? No. Okay. I've been getting, I've been getting the apple seeds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. 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 No adult manga? In here? Okay. Okay.
Can I get by you real quick?
Whoa, what was that?
Right, no, this is like, yeah, don't get me started.
I had to go outside. Was what were you were looking at, Archie? What are you looking at now? Let's see.
This is a miscellaneous box, it says.
Okay. Is there anything amazing?
I haven't seen really too much that I want. I have maybe 5 or 6 comics picked out.
Are we?
I had to empty out a vacuum cleaner.
Disney. Look, there's a picture of what the cover is supposed to be.
Oh, that's a really good cover. How much is that book?
No, this is like a photocopy of what the cover
Oh,
looks.
it's a photocopy. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
coverless
I think
copy.
that was a version of that was painted for National Lampoon for a parody.
So they were holding a balloon between them. It was like a party game. Is that what was happening there? That's a nice cover. That's good.
Sorry about that. Oh, go back to that Love comic. Go back that one. Look at that. Oh, how much is that? That's from that Tower company that Butch Cassidy. That's
30.
30.
Says
Yeah, okay.
it's scarce on the back.
It is. I think that is. I have heard about that one being hard to find. That is true.
I do. Let me get
That's
this.
a quick change.
Yeah, we went from romance to war just like that. Yeah.
Cultures like that, lobbies like that.
What is that? Mending tape holding this thing on?
I don't think so. Oh, look for parachute cover. Well, that's a parachute. That's about to try to parachute. Oh,
Would
that. Oh,
maybe
shit. That looks like
Look
something
at
from a
this tape.
library. That sucks.
You know, $5.
Oh, well,
He was a big.
at least it still exists. But
Yeah, real. He is a real deal. Send me.
yeah, turn on the TV. It's much better looking at this on a big screen than on my little postage stamp iPhone screen.
Yeah, I'm looking at it on the TV too. Merry Mailman? Never seen that.
I had one that
Never
said
seen that.
non-returnable of that title too. I guess that's like where they can't return it if it doesn't sell. Oh, it's a Mighty Mouse ripoff. Oh wow, the Frankenstein Jerry Lewis.
Someday I'll get organized. I'm gonna be deep.
Dorothy Lamour comics.
When you're done with those, let me know. I'll give you a couple boxes
Okay.
of meat unsorted.
Ooh, that's nice.
Babe Ruth Sports. That's nice too.
Oh,
Oh, the
that's
top is
Did
like
you
the
just get
one I
that?
got, but a different one.
it's remaindered. They call that where they cut the top off and sent it back or something.
Oh,
These are early treasure chests. These are older
yeah.
than the ones that I have.
I just remembered when my dad told me about comics that he read. He mentioned Captain Midnight, but he also mentioned True. That's amazing. True just appeared right when I was saying and I always thought, boy, True is about the most boring one that he could have chosen off the stands back then in the
Oh,
40s.
look what's in here. I just saw.
Whoa, Psychotronics.
Oh, there's an issue of Fanfare. Uh, oh yeah, Psychotronic.
Yeah, those treasure chest comics. Right when I was discovering superheroes, I had that Jules Pfeiffer, that hardback book, the comic book Heroes, and so I was
Yeah.
reading. I had read all of the origins. So I met my Aunt Virginia's in San Diego, and I asked her, "Do you have any comic books?" Because my cousin Phil is about 10 years older than me. He's like a teenager. I'm thinking that Phil must have comic books, so I'm thinking she's going to have a stack of comic books. And she says, "Yeah, I've got comic books." And the comic books that she had, every single issue was just treasure chest because my cousin Phil went to Catholic school. And
Right.
so the only comics in the whole house were these Catholic Bible comics, which at the time didn't appeal to me at all. But now I collect them and I think they're cool because of the nostalgia of seeing them when I was a kid. That's nice. These covers are great.
I think the TV is not synced up with real time.
No, it's not. The TV is about 5 seconds behind or something like
Oh,
that.
well, then me making comments to Kevin mean nothing.
Yeah, you have to look at the postage
Yeah,
stamp. You got to
the
look at the postage stamp.
that last box there was an issue of Fanfare with Huck. Oh, look at that. Was that was there only
It's
one issue
Kips.
of Fanfare? Look at that.
I've never seen that before. That's really
Is that
cool.
an
It's like
issue of the
a hand.
comic?
It's like a hand puppet.
Oh,
Oh, it's a giveaway. It's a giveaway from the restaurant. It's a
I
plastic
see.
hand puppet.
How much
Plastic
is
hand
that?
puppet.
Because that would make a good present for Cleo. She
$10.
loves big. How
$10
how
for the
much?
big boy hand puppet.
I couldn't hear you. I was talking over you. How much? Oh, hey, go back, please. Go back for a second to the cartoons. But go back two
Apex
books.
said, "Big boy, buy it, Kevin." That's what Apex said.
Okay,
What'd he say?
go, go, go
I
forward a
can't.
little
I'm
bit,
having a hard
Kevin.
time hearing you guys. What'd he say?
Good.
I don't know. I'll check in a second, but there's a book I got in kindergarten coming up, and it's in terrible condition, taped together, and it's not that one. It's like a Christmas one with
Oh no, I
that.
only have five
What's
percent
the condition of that?
It's not very good. It's pretty beat up.
Well, yeah, mine is about as beat up as that. Yeah, never mind.
I got
I was
five
hoping
percent
it
on
was a.
my phone, guys.
Oh, okay.
I'll just go until it dies.
All righty.
What a great vendor. This is, are we still at the same table from the same guy? This is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's
Everything is
fantastic.
good. Every single long box has been good, you guys. I would, if I could, I would spend thousands of dollars at this booth right here.
Yeah, really.
Yeah,
I
I'm
know.
serious. I'm
I
serious.
know.
Yeah.
It's imagine if this was a store. Kevin, if you could get this guy to put stuff on consignment at your store, it would be amazing.
Yeah, this would
It's
be a crazy store. Imagine if this was just available to you so that once a week on your way home, you stop in every like Thursday afternoon and you buy like $50 worth of books or so. I would totally do
yeah.
that.
If you
Yeah.
could just get it in a relaxed pace instead of just seeing
Yes.
all this, this is like something that you would go through and then you'd realize
Yeah,
this
and
is
it's
so
there, and
great.
it's a small little hole in the wall, and it's always waiting for you to go back next week. There's the books that you left from the week before, and you don't even have to put them behind the counter. It's just you
Yeah.
just leisurely go and buy all this stuff. That's like the dream
And
of
then
that's
what
the
always
dream.
happens is you wake up and then you realize, oh shit, all that was a dream.
Yeah,
That's what happens to me at least.
Apex said to get that big boy is what he said. He
Well,
said,
I was hoping I could get it and pay Kevin for
yeah,
that's a great
he,
issue,
he's been
Kevin.
on. He says, buy
That
it, Kevin. Then he
uh,
says what we've been saying. Great comic
Kevin,
book.
that yellow Erie, I want to recommend that to you, Kevin. That's a swamp creature that no one knows about. It's not the swamp thing or man thing. It's my mom wouldn't let me buy these magazines, but one time I went in the store with my dad. He said, "Sure," and because he didn't know my mom didn't like me buying these things, and that's a great story. That swamp creature story. It's that's a childhood favorite. And that last one is really good too, Kevin. That Dax the Damned, the one that looks like Conan. Uh, no, no, that one's a great. Well, that's a great issue there. Great artwork inside of that guy. Oh boy.
Oh, it's dying.
Oh. Yeah, Erie kind of became a superhero magazine, like a. I think he's dead.
That's it.
Yeah, that's the. He gave up the ghost. Say the last rites for his phone. Oh well. Okay, let's see. Well, I don't think it's coming back. They have these things, these little charging things that you can. Uh, it's like you plug it into your phone and it gives it's mobile a mobile charging thing. Where
Yeah.
oh well, we got to see some cool stuff, but
Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff.
but it's not a. Oh well. Let's see what people are saying. Um, uh, Sideways time is because I that's the only way I can read the comments of the thousands of people that are commenting. Well, so much for happy time. What is that? What who Klaus Schwab talking about happy time when he was a kid helping the Germans find his
Yeah.
I know it didn't bother me at all. It's just,
My childhood was like this the tin drum.
it was happy time.
It was happy times with the Nazis.
It's just,
My sister was a whore.
did he say that?
No, I just made it up. It was I just thought it was funny.
Might as well.
She was a dirty, stinking whore. Well, all of the women were.
But they replaced. Wait, that's not. What I'm getting them mixed up. There's Klaus Schwab. No, it's not. I'm not. George Soros
You're
was the
thinking of
guy.
George Soros. Yeah, you're
Right.
thinking of
Klaus
George Soros.
Schwab is the guy that I don't know what he was. Uh, I don't know if he. I don't know if he's old enough to have been around in World War II.
Yeah,
But
George Soros was like collecting people's shoes and stuff like that. He was a helper. Remember
he was
what
a
Mr.
little kid
Rogers
that
said?
was helping.
Mr. Rogers said, whenever you see a Holocaust, don't look at the Holocaust. Look for the helpers. Look for the helpers, like little George Soros, that were helping people take their coats off and pile them up into a big haystack of coats. So
Yeah,
look for the helpers, like George Soros.
and but Klaus Schwab was that, that they're right out of. There's so much out of these. It's like you start to realize that the James Bond books and movies were 100% authentic. These evil shadowy organizations are run by these people with German accents that look insane, and then there's islands, evil islands and stuff with and all the women, trying to get information, and it's just it's all real. It's nuts, man. But then they replaced uh, Klaus Schwab with this guy that I think was in charge of Nestle, and he's got this weird sunken in eye that apparently there's pictures of Biden with the same eye and some other. It's like I think that I heard something about that when they join into the club, they put some little worm into their eye that goes into their. It's like in Star Trek 2, they got that worm that went into your brain.
Yeah.
They goes in through their eye, so you see these celebrities with the hurt eye, and then it gets better. And of course, I don't know if that guy's eye is ever gonna get better, man. But he looks like he's made of plastic with the sunken in lizard eye. He's like, I'm the new ruler. Um, anyway, I apologize to all of you that are fans of the World Economic Forum. I'm sure I'm offending you. Well, so I guess I don't know. So much for the entertainment. I guess. I better go make sure. Maybe my wife and I guess we need to get lunch and stuff, or cook something, and so we're right at 4 hours. What are you up to today?
I don't know. I should do some work, but I'm probably just going to watch TV and eat. That's about it.
That sounds like a good plan. I've cleared off 2 pinball machines, so I feel kind of good about doing something today. And some of the things that I pulled off the pinball machine, I think were entertaining to look at. So
Cool.
that's it. Done my good deed for making
You,
YouTube a better place today.
you framed that Alfred E. Newman print.
Yeah,
That was,
that's
yeah,
kind of important. That's
yeah.
something.
It's something that you didn't get done yesterday, and now you're not going to get it done tomorrow. So it was an
Yeah,
accomplishment.
yeah. I gosh.
It's the little things,
Yeah.
baby things.
We've got some movies we need to finish that whenever I'm always too sleepy, but now I can't really make that case when it's just straight up noon. Whoa! I was afraid I dropped that dog food on the cat, but I didn't. All right. Well, I guess it's time to head on into the sunset, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be seeing you sometime soon. Take care. Goodbye.
Farewell. Goodbye.
Goodbye.